Ah.
Well, hit mute.
What's up, Oyo?
Hey, what's up?
Much. Do you need catch up on? We got a turn. You're welcome. I know you heard that.
Yep.
She shakes her head that she didn't.
Oh no, I heard it. I'm just whatever.
Look, I'm allowed to have a drink. I don't do it often. You just know what's going to be mixed with, and you don't like that. We got plenty of regular Coke, you know. It's actually really good.
So that's interesting. I see Ken and Gally are here, and Discord's lighting them up permanently, like they're both constantly talking. Ish weird.
It's not doing it for me.
Hello, Gaunty.
Hey. How you be?
I just woke up, so I'm a little cranky.
No. You mean you're not ready to jump right back into that bar scene?
No, I think we're gonna have to swing over to Adamant for a couple of minutes. Wait, maybe I should channel the crankiness into the sexist asshole. And dare I say, go outside and get me a sandwich?
I was gonna say.
I mean, you can say it all you want, but it may not give you the results that you think.
Hey, I think our intel mission is about to blossom.
Yeah, I think it is. And that is the perfect excuse to have Zandri go off and do something other than stand there and look intimidating, too. I'm not sure Bodyguard was the best cover I should have picked for her. But I mean, she does look like one.
I mean, you could have gone wife, girlfriend.
Yeah,
But why would his wife be dressed up in armor?
it's all right.
Can.
I might have just woke up, been a little cranky, but a little bit of Guns N' Roses, Civil War, get me right in the mood.
All right, let's take a look here. We have perfect timing. All right, hey everybody, how you doing?
Doing good. How about you, sir?
Doing okay. Feeling a little sluggish today after an unusual amount of dessert last night. I do not have a terrible sweet tooth. I bought one of my favorite desserts of all is a pecan pie, which is very sweet, very southern, very sweet. But it's one of those that I can only eat a little bit of. And I bought one around Thanksgiving to have over the holidays. And I realized by the end of January that I had only eaten about half of it. So I'd eaten like half of a pie between Thanksgiving and the end of January. So I had to toss it out. But last night I went with some friends to a local brew house that has a restaurant attached. And they make these, I want to say the name is, what are they called? Beignets? These little like donut hole things you get down in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Yeah, with powdered sugar and a little raspberry dipping sauce and stuff. And so they brought a thing of those for the table. And I swear to God, I must have eaten 3/4 of them. It was like, I usually don't eat a whole lot of dessert, but man, those are good. And I've just been feeling it all day long. It's
They
like,
suck you in, don't they?
Yeah.
Kelly, have you ever had funnel cake?
Oh yeah, I've had funnel cake. Yeah.
Yeah, it gets me the same way as the beignet.
Yeah. All right. Well, after that little recovery from a food coma, I think it's about time to recover our way right into our game. Hello, everyone. This is DM Gallibond, and it is 2:30 on a Sunday afternoon, and that means it is time for the Walker of Waterdeep. And today is an auspicious day because, by my count, this is session 40. So we've made it all the way to 40 sessions. That's pretty good. So the characters feel like they're all kind of getting, like we kind of know what the characters are, what their motivations are, where they think they want to go. The story is starting to pick up a little bit of steam, and we're starting to figure out, a little bit of what's going on around some of the events that have happened to the characters in the game so far. And most importantly of all, we have a bunch of players who are consistently here. Now, I saw something earlier today from Ash, and it sounds like his schedule may be a little bit up in the air for this afternoon. But we have Adamant, Galibar, Oyohusa, and Zandri all here. So Pete, Chris, Gaunty, and Ken, thank you for being here. And when we last talked with our heroes, they were at least in 3 different spots in Ravnica. Well, yeah, I say 4, but Thardram and, or I say 3, but Thardram and Adamant both were kind of in a similar area over in District 5, looking into the university slash Izzet League laboratories over there. We had Galibar recovering, in the quarters that they have over in the diplomatic area in New Prav. And then as darkness fell, Oyohusa and Zandri got itchy feet, not meaning that they wanted to go out and cut a rug at a disco somewhere, but meaning that they wanted to go out exploring without feeling like they had their
Babysitters.
government minders looking over their shoulder all the time. So, yes. Yeah, so they found their way to a bar. And this bar, I'm not sure whether I had given the actual name for the bar last time or not. Yeah, that was just sort of a colloquial name that they use. The actual signage on the place, the signage on the bar, the napkins tastefully scripted on the napkins and on the menus and other areas, call this out as the Propaganda Lagoon. A good name for something that is in the government district. And your bartender is Lanos Gatri, a human of some skill with the mixology. You all were having an intriguing conversation with another human who has not yet revealed his name. There is a lady elf pianist who is sitting at the aforementioned grand piano above the bar, tickling the ivories. And there are 2 other figures, or actually 4 other figures sitting at the bar. A human couple that, they're either clearly a dating romantic couple or perhaps newlyweds. They're over canoodling on one end of the bar, oblivious to pretty much everything else going on. Then there is a Loxodon who has recently sidled over to sit next to an elf lady who has been shooting glaring glances at everyone else in the place, and kind of muttering into her own cup, but now seems to finally be in conversation with this Loxodon. So.
And Oyo had just said something to the effect of, Misha, the men are talking. Why don't you go and... I forget what it was. But it made her mad, and she only just barely kept her temper.
I think it was something to the effect that he was doing his best. Who do I want to say? He was doing his best Harvey Weinstein, and suggesting that the childlike females should go away so that the adult men can have a conversation.
Yeah, that was
I believe
The difference being he didn't tell her to go to his bedroom.
That's true. Just go away.
And She says something to the effect of, "Sure, boss,"
Yes.
and walks away.
I
Okay.
believe she said yes, sir.
That's true. Yes, she said she did. You got a sir.
Yes. So, Zandri, now that you have been dismissed, and you see the lay of the land at the bar here, where would Zandri head to get out of Monsieur's way so that he can talk business?
She really wants to get that pianist's phone number, so to speak. But this cranky lady has gotten her interest, and she wants to avoid having her punch Oyo if she can. So Zandri will straighten up and kind of walk over towards the Luxodon and the cranky lady, and sit down maybe a seat or two away, but still within conversation distance, and kind of gauge how she, how the cranky lady in particular handles her approach, whether she's kind of closing off or looks open to conversation.
Okay. Well, as you walk over, the cranky lady is sort of looking at the Loxodon, and the Loxodon is speaking softly for a Loxodon. That is to say that the words coming out are as much a rumble that you sort of can feel as they are sort of a deep musical note that you can hear. And the Loxodon says, "Oh, I understand perfectly, my friend. Believe me, it makes little difference what the species is. Males tend to think that women can be tossed aside when they are no longer convenient or get in the way. I am sad that this has happened to you, my friend. But, you know, we girls have to stick together." And the um, the elf woman, she nods and she says, "Yes, yes, Aaron Kirsey, you're so right. But how do we take our power? How do we rise above this? When I was growing up, all I saw is my mother dependent on my father for everything, for the allowance that he gave her from his salary in New Prov, for the house that we had, that we grew up in, for..."
Punching them in the face works. And she'll kind of smirk and lean over.
And both the heads, the elf and the human head, turn to you, and the the elf and the Loxodon head turn to you, and the Loxodon's ears, they sort of, they kind of flap forward a little bit, unsure what that means, but it's sort of like, oh,
I
attention.
don't speak elephant.
And so,
May I apologize for any disruptance that we may have caused? I certainly didn't mean to unsettle you or spoil you. And she'll lean a little bit closer and kind of under her breath, "Would you believe me if I said he's not? He tends to put on a show when he's with the other guys."
And the elf lady looks at you and says, "You're just like my mother." And she turns back towards the Loxodon. And the Loxodon continues looking at you and then looks down at the elf and says, "Was your mother also a powerful warrior? This one looks like she could handle herself if any trouble came. In fact, I thought I heard the man you walked in with say you were a bodyguard? Is this true?"
Something like that. If threats pop up, I tend to pop them straight back down. And she'll kind of hold a hand out to the Luxodon. "I'm Misha. Lovely to meet you."
And the Loxodon reaches out a hand, and you can see it's sort of a thickened and a little bit shorter than you would expect humanoid arm, and it ends in 4 thick digits, 3 very thick fingers, and a very thick thumb, all which have nails on them that are cut very short and blunted, but you're not sure if they were allowed to grow, whether they would be sharpened nails or not. But her hand just sort of completely wraps around your hand and wrist. And it's a very kind of knobby, knotty skin, but she has a firm and yet not too strong grip. Seems like she's being very, very intentional about making sure she doesn't squeeze your hand too hard. Not that probably Zandri would worry about a firm handshake, but
Right,
she
but
just
it's-
seems, yeah,
it's considerate.
yeah, you can tell that she's used to dealing with people of other species, and she's like really trying to make sure she doesn't, leave a bruise for a greeting. And she says, "It is nice to meet you, Nisha. My name is Aaron Kirsey. What brings you to the lagoon tonight?"
Well, my boss wanted to relax, get some of the local gossip, see if he could do a little bit of business. I'm just here to make sure that I don't end up without a job in the morning.
Ah, ha, 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 ha. Oh, that is good. Well, this is a wonderful place to relax. And I think your boss has a keen nose for, and when she says nose, she kind of wriggles her trunk a little bit. A keen nose for where to find gossip. That one, and she sort of lets one ear kind of almost point at the drunk human on the other side of her. That one has a mouth that is far too free with the secrets that he may know. I wonder how he ever gained a position of responsibility within the government. And
One wonders.
And the elf lady. Oh, I'm sorry. I gave you the wrong name. The Loxodon is called Shuja.
Shuja. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, so
Good for gossip. Good for relaxation. Good for a mood boost. Kind of raising an eyebrow at the grouchier lady.
and
Am I to take it that there's something going on that you are troubled by?
and she says, well, you could say that. Yes. Men. And she almost like spits the word. She said, I got fired from my job today. And do you know why?
Oh dear. I'm sure I can take a guess, but I'd prefer to hear it directly from you.
Well, I was the executive planning assistant for one of the senators in New Prov, and I had worked my way up in that office for the last 10 years. I started as an intern when I was finishing my degree at university. I then became one of the assistants in charge of analyzing correspondence from the constituents. I then rose to work on committee research and campaign development for my boss, and I have been now I have come to the point in my career where I am organizing meetings with very important constituencies and other senators. And then, do you know what happens yesterday? One of my boss's biggest donors introduces my boss to a girl who's in college, a girl who hasn't even shown the initiative to become an intern in any kind of office. And this donor tells my boss that his daughter, this girl, is a big fan of his. And I could tell by the way she dressed that she was a fan of his power, his prestige, and his money. And I came in today to find out that that tart has been given my job. And I'm sure that inside a week, my boss, my former boss, that snake, will be sleeping with that little slut.
Oh,
And she
alas that
and she drinks down the last of her glass, and then she just sort of slams the glass down on the bar, and the bartender just kind of glides over and says, whoa, easy there, easy. And he just takes the glass away.
Zandri will put on a sympathetic smile and just kind of very carefully just place a hand gently and comfortingly over the one that slammed the glass down. Well, forgive me for saying, but I think you're well shot of him. And I'm sure that your talents will get you a job somewhere else that will appreciate you. Although, 10 years gone, I can't but take your side on that one.
And And she says, she shakes her head and says, I suppose I should get, I suppose I should be used to this. I've seen it happen in plenty of other senators' offices. I just thought that my boss was different. And she lets out a sigh, and the Shuja, the Loxodon, just puts a comforting hand on her shoulder, and she says, "Well, I'm not sure what guild your senator represents, but or what district your senator represents, but you may want to." Where is the?
Yes, what was his name? I'd be very curious to hear that.
Okay, let's see. What is that senator's name? That senator is okay. That senator is named Frath, Senator Frath. So
Not
that's
one I know, but I'll remember. Do you know what always cheered me up after a breakup, whether through business or personal life?
and she looks up at you and says, "What?"
Violence. Ever done any arm wrestling?
Arm wrestling?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. I'm afraid I've been groomed for life and public service
Well, the
since
way
I was
you
a girl.
slammed that glass down, I figure you've got a decent pair of guns under there. Come on, give me a shot. And she'll hold her left arm out, like hand open. Let it out. I can take it. Don't worry.
And she looks at the Loxodon suspiciously, and the Loxodon's ears kind of flap in a way that you can't quite interpret in terms of what that's supposed to mean. And then she nods. And so the elf takes a napkin and dries her palm where she had been holding the glass. And then she pulls a sleeve up, like just past her elbow, and she puts another napkin down on the bar. And after looking back at the Loxodon again, she reaches her elbow out and sets it on the bar and holds her hand open as if to grasp yours. And we will cut away from that, and we will go over to where Oyohusa is sitting at the bar. Oyohusa, you were having a conversation with a drunk last time. So now you sent your bodyguard away so that you can have a more proper man-to-man talk with this guy. Talk about important things that only men can discuss out of the presence of women. So
Did you catch the game last week?
So what would you like to ask him?
Well, I think we were talking about I had just started this spiel about how I don't really know anybody and I'm new and I'm looking to invest and I've got quite the currency. And that's kind of like, man of your status and knowledge and blah, blah, blah. Maybe you know some people or, institution, men of power, things like that kind of dropped on the conversation.
Mm-hmm. He says, "Oh," he says, "Well, if you want to get business done here in Ravnica, the people you really got to go talk to is you got to go talk to the Orzhov Syndicate. Now they've got some offices there in New Prov, very posh, very nice, but they have their fingers on the pulse of every industry in Ravnica. I mean, every industry that operates above board, and if you listen to what the rumors say, they know about all the industries that are operating, behind the scenes as well. Or that. But in my office, I can smell out when there's something ain't right, when the accounts don't add up and there's stuff missing. We all know that something is going on behind the scenes, but we have to be able to prove it. They all want proof about everything. But the Orzhov, if you want to know how to make your money grow and how to really get a piece of the action, you got to talk to the Orzhov."
I see. You speak of something not adding up. What do you think is really going on?
Well, I don't know. Like I said, there's lots of construction happening. Building virtual ghost cities in some of the districts that doesn't have the population for it. There's, the guild pact. He comes and he goes. He's gone for weeks at a time, and then he comes back, and nobody knows where he's gone, and everybody's kind of on edge when they can't find him around. And so I don't know what that's all about.
Who are you speaking of?
Oh, the Living Guild Pack. It's they, the 9 guilds. They have this pact, this agreement, and they had made this accord, and it was embodied in a document, and that people that they swore by this document, and they honored the terms of this document up until about 20 years ago or so, and then they started cheating on it, and this guild would start fudging on what it's supposed to do, and that guild would fudge on what it was supposed to do, and the whole thing started to come unraveled until this visitor came from the outside, and kind of like Tassinda had come from the outside, and she had been one of the first people that we met that just showed up here from the gods know where, and she went and she worked with the Azorius and with the Boros, and then she left, and whatever she did, nobody knows where she is anymore. And then this Jace fella comes along, and so Jace starts having conversations with the heads of all the guilds, and suddenly they decide, well, instead of having a piece of paper, we're going to have this guy, and he's going to be the living embodiment of this guild pact. And when all the guilds need some, they all go to him, and he helps them negotiate, and then they do whatever they decide to do with him as the arbitrator. So they just call him the guild pact. But the problem is, he comes and then he goes, and he's gone for a while, and then he comes back, and nobody knows why he leaves. Nobody knows why he comes back, and everybody's afraid to do anything unless he's there. But that's only gonna happen. That's only gonna last for so long. At some point, somebody's gonna try something when he's not here, and I don't know what's gonna happen. And so it feels like I don't know. It feels like everybody's kind of starting to hedge their bets. Maybe people are, making contingency plans in case the whole thing falls apart. And God knows if something happens to this guy, and you put all of your trust in this agreement into a guy, and then let's say something happens to him. Well, then what the hell are you going to do? There's just something not right.
You mentioned a man named Jace. Who is this man?
Hey, some wizard came from somewhere in the multiverse and came to Ravnica and charmed the heck out of everybody that's the leaders of the guild. And then, like I said, he's here for a while and then he leaves. And then he comes back and then he goes. And then he comes back and then he goes. I don't know why. I don't know where. But I don't like it.
It sounds suspicious to me, but fascinating at the same time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, fascinating as hell. Hey, buddy, what are you drinking? And he looks at his glass. His glass is almost empty. And he kind of looks around. He's clearly having a bit of a struggle to keep to get his eyes to focus exactly where he wants them to focus, and but he looks over at the bartender and he says, "Atlantis, come here. I need another. I want to know what my friend is drinking." And so the bartender glides down the bar and he says, "Oh, Trigori, you've had quite a few today. You sure you need another?" And he said, "Oh yeah, I'm fine." And it's like, I just have to walk to the train station, and all right. And if I fall asleep, I just wait until it goes around the city one more time, and then I'll get off. And the bartender says, "Well, all right. Just make sure you don't stay on too long. They'll eventually kick people off for sleeping, and they might kick you off at a stop that's not yours." And he says, "Oh, yeah, that's fine. And so the bartender sets a napkin down in front of you and says, "Sir, what'll you have?"
I'll have another one of these nice white wines that you gave me.
Ah, wonderful. Okay, and Trigori, your usual? And he said, yeah, that's good. And he said, "Oh, so you drink white wine? Ah, that's quite sophisticated." So, yeah. What were we talking about again?
You were telling me about the strange business happenings amongst certain guilds, and you were about to tell me about your boss. Who is he?
Oh, my boss. My boss. Actually, I've worked for worse people. But my boss, I think if he could marry his accounts, he actually would. It's just so dull, so dry, so boring. Yeah, it's like he doesn't even think about marking when people have their birthdays or anniversaries for when people came to work or those types of things. He's just always absorbed in the numbers and doesn't fail. Like at least once a week, we get a memo about some new theory of taxation that he's read about somewhere. God only knows that guy, there's dedication to your job, but this guy is he's like more into numbers than is healthy for someone, I swear. I don't know what's wrong with that guy.
You don't seem to be that type of guy.
Well, I try to be rounded, Hey, I tell you what, I get to my desk, I roll up my sleeves, and I focus on my work, and I get my work done. But, I remember that my colleagues, I remember when they have, when they've told me about, their kid has something coming up in school, so I ask about how that goes, or when they come back from vacation, I ask them about where they went and what this is. I want to get along with the people that I work with, and it's like you feel like you'd like your boss to take a little interest in what's going on when you're not in the office, but this guy, he's just I don't know what the hell's wrong with him.
I'm sensing a little bit of a romantic in you. No?
Oh, well. And he seems to remember, and he kind of looks over towards the she used to be sitting by herself, the elf woman, but now she is not only talking to...
Zandri's letting her win after faking a good fight, so she's currently beating his bodyguard.
And he looks up just in time to see this woman pin you, with and you can see when she does, especially when it feels like she's really had to work hard to do that. There's like this flash in her eyes, this sort of flash of victory, and it's like this little surge that goes through her, like she's experiencing the thrill of having power over somebody, and it just seems to be something that she's had a craving to taste, and there's when she she stares at her hand, and then she looks at you, and the look in her eyes is this sort of feral look of victory. You know, you've seen it in it reminds you a little bit of when Galibar is in his rage and has defeated an opponent, and that moment where just sort of all the adrenaline and all of that energy of his rage just sort of courses through him, and he's feeling all the aches and the stings of the wounds that he's taken, and the fact that he has triumphed over that, and just sort of that rictus snarl that he has in victory before he lets his rage go, and he just just has this, because then after a few minutes, Galibar becomes his nice, mild-mannered self again, that doesn't want to hurt anybody and really loves animals. But in that minute that he's just won a victory, he's like, ah! And that's sort of what you see in this elf's eyes after she pins you. Of course, moderated on a scale for being an elf and not a raging half-orc.
Yeah. So yeah, you might have to fire Zandri.
I have a question, Gally.
Yes.
Does this gentleman that I'm talking to, I've noticed that he's eyed this elf woman multiple times tonight.
Yeah.
Would it be safe to say that maybe I have deduced that he comes in here because she's here?
Give me an insight check.
Ooh, boy.
Tough to say.
I'll
Really,
go off my instincts.
Yeah. Okay.
She's too proud and too sensitive to approach you, my friend. I know how you look at her. And he kind of says that softly, so it's just me and him that can hear it.
He looks back to you. He says, huh? Oh.
You'll know what I mean. That one, she's railing to let her hair down.
I don't know. She looks kind of mean. I mean, when I walked in here, I thought she looked like a sad, lonely girl that might need some company, and that maybe if I played my cards right, I might be able to have her come back to my place tonight. But she just looks mean. Too much trouble.
I think she's had a very hard day. How many times have you come in here when she's here?
I've never seen her before. This place just has this place just, it's a nice place. He leans over to you and whispers and sort of nods towards the piano. It says, Lady Veska's really hot and she plays really well, but the drinks are good here, and lots of cute single women from the new Prov offices. They stop by here after work, so it's a good place to come and just sort of see what's on the menu for the day, if you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, my friend. If it's women, I tell you, I know much.
Yeah, but this one, I don't know what her deal is, but she's got anger problems.
Perhaps you're the man to soothe her anger, if you know what I mean.
As Oyo says, soothe her anger, Zandri's putting up a convincing show of banging on the bar. I give, I give, I give.
And
Perhaps
roll
if you win-
roll me a performance check, Zandri.
Let's see. What's my bonus with that while I have Godsend? Let's see here. Let's see. Double proficiency bonus. Okay.
Wow.
26.
Wow. He says, he sort of looks back at you, Oyo, and says, no, not for me. I want to, and he lowers his voice again, talking to Oyo, says, I want to take a girl home that I can have a good time with. I don't want to take a girl home that's going to put me in the hospital.
Oh, honey.
Believe
You're
me,
missing out.
my friend, you're barking up the wrong tree on that one.
Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, I won't tell you. I won't tell you your business, but if you're looking for a new bodyguard, I mean, she looks like she might be able to clean out the whole bar by herself.
I bet if you slowed your drinking tonight and played your cards right, you went over there and you asked her to dance, maybe take her somewhere and have fun. I think you would be quite surprised with the results.
Yeah. Well, maybe. And he kind of looks at her again, or looks over in that direction again, and as he's looking that direction, the Loxodon turns and kind of catches him out of the corner of its eye, and then while the Loxodon is looking at the bar and just sort of looking at this guy out of the corner of its eye, its trunk sort of comes over near this guy and grabs a bowl full of what looks like some kind of some kind of bar snacks or something, and it just sort of wraps around the edge of that bowl and slides the bowl down in front of the Loxodon. And then when it gets there, it finishes turning and looks at the man and says, "Oh, pardon me, you were not eating these, were you?" And he goes, no, that's fine. That's fine. If I need anything, I'll let the bartender get it." And the Loxodon says, "Good." And this sort of slides the bowl back and turns its back towards the two of you.
That's called a power play, gentlemen.
And so we'll leave everybody at the bar, and then let's head over. Let's see. Oh, Ash is on now. Ash, how you doing? Okay. Last I remember, Thardram was at the he was at the university looking at Discord crashed on him. Okay, well, we'll skip over him. We'll go to Adamant.
It's working.
Oh, okay.
But
And we'll
I'm going to be leaving in like 6 minutes. So it's still.
okay. Was there anything you wanted to do at the university there before you had to take off, or?
Thardram's not at the university. He went back.
Oh, he went back. Okay. All right. He got back home. All right. Well, we hope to see you again next week. Or if you get back before we are done, we will see you a little bit later.
And have a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, enjoy.
Sounds like it should be a fun film. All right. Let me just check in with Galibar. Galibar, do I remember correctly that I know you, Chris, you weren't able to join us last week, and so I think the conventional wisdom was Galibar was just hanging out at the quarters where you guys were staying. Was there anything in particular that Galibar wanted to do? It's now early evening. You've had a chance to have at the very minimum, a short rest to recover any wounds that you suffered in that fight that you all had during the morning. And there's two that snuck out after dark without telling anybody else and went off to investigate around the city. Thardram and Adamant had each gone over to check out the centers of learning over in District 5. Thardram has since come back. I think Adamant is still over in that area.
Yep.
But was there anything that Galibar wanted to do?
There's also the sending stone on the table in the common area with a note that says for emergencies.
That's true. Forgot about that detail.
Can you guys hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Galibar, probably for the most part, like he's kind of like a little upset that he didn't get like he didn't get at least the final blow on the Minotaur, at least from what I've been told.
Yeah.
So he'd probably like just sit for a while and like I guess for the short rest, and then probably go look for some place to train because he wants to get stronger.
Okay. Well, yeah, you can certainly. We've been sitting on the landing page for a while, so you can certainly head over to the arena.
Let's see how much I healed from my short rest.
You can be at whatever you want to be in terms of your however many hit dice you use.
Trying to see where's the hit dice button? I can't remember. I'll just roll.
Actually, why don't we say this? Use as many hit dice or as few hit dice as you want to, and then we'll say that the balance, the sort of the medics at the training facility would give you potions or whatever or use their healing spells to bring you back up to full.
Well, you can only use 3 hit dice at a time in a short rest. I think half of your hit dice.
Actually, you can use as many as you want. It's that you only recover half of your hit dice during a long rest. At least that's the way the rules are
Half
written.
the hit dice you used.
Okay.
So like if you use 4, you get 2 back, and then 1, and then.
Okay, that I don't believe that's actually the rule, but we're not going to worry about it now. I think the rule actually is if you are 6th level, you automatically recover 3 hit dice every long rest, regardless of how many you used. So if you used 5, you'll only recover 3. If you use 2, you'll recover those 2 because you used less than 3. So
Okay, that's
Messing around.
he'd still be a little injured from the fight, but yeah, he healed most of his health back from those 3.
Okay.
Um,
Then the medics there probably, we'll just say before you guys left, they would have given you some healing, and that would have meant that after you use those hit dice, you'd be back to full. So we'll just put you up to full here. So that yep, excellent.
he'll just be training a bit right now.
Okay, all right, and we can flavor that however you either spar against other people or training with your weapon on your own, or however that would be. Which would you prefer? Would you prefer training against an opponent or training with your weapon on your own, just getting the balance and all the other stuff?
He'll spar.
Okay, all right.
Beating up somebody right now is probably something he'd like to do.
Okay, all right. So we'll say that. Oh, somebody's got bad static in their microphone. It's popping all over the place. Okay, so let's do this. All right. So I'll just say that one of the challengers will spar with you, and they will use a similar weapon to yours, and they will at certain points they will ask you to show you or to show them your techniques that you use with the weapon, and then they will step away after a few blows, and then they will demonstrate some of the techniques that they're taught. Just sort of so you guys can figure out whether anything works better for you or works better for them, those types of things. And they have medics standing by, and the way they tend to spar in something like this is they'll spar until somebody gets hit 3 times, and then the medics will step in, and they'll give everybody a bit of a rest and do some light healing, and then go back to it. So it's usually not the full-on as intense as the fight was in the morning. So, and that's Challenger Tandris that you're sparring with there.
So
Okay.
are we going to do the 3 hits or just...
Oh, yeah, we can do that. So, let's see, do we have... Yeah, cleared on initiative, so you can go ahead and roll some initiative there. I will roll a d20. All right, so that's 13. All right, so Galibar, you are up first. Go ahead and take a swipe at this guy.
I will immediately go into a leg swing or like a dang it, my mic. Okay, my mic cut out for a second. I will immediately go in for a leg sweep.
Okay. All right. 28 will hit. Okay. And do you have 1 attack per round or 2?
I have
these
2,
days.
so you want me to go
Okay.
for?
Yeah. 23, that'll hit. Okay. And then he will make his attack. And he is attacking with that. So it's alright. Oh, and he misses with his first shot. And hey, come on. Yeah, it's taken forever. 19.
That hits.
19 will hit, and then it's plus 4 there. 13 points of damage, and that's just without any mitigation. I don't know if you're raging or not, so that'd be just 13 points. So he misses once and hits once. And then it's back to you.
Does a 14 hit?
No, that'll miss. .21 will hit for 12 points of damage. Okay. Ooh. And that third hit bloodies him. And so then the medics come in, and so they'll. Challenger is very impressed with your work with the Great Axe, and says that he always finds that weapon very bulky and very unbalanced. His normal weapon is a great sword, and he says that the Great Axe just always feels like it's about to take him off of his feet when he's trying to fight with it, and asks you how you learned to compensate for all the weight being at one end.
Well, he'll say, while I was trading in the arena, you have to learn how to fight with many different kinds of weapons. While it is a different, like, the weight is centered on a different area and not as balanced as a greatsword, it's all about how you move your body along with it. You got to make sure you're more balanced.
Mm.
Would you like to spar with each of us using a greatsword? I have one as well with me.
Oh, yes, that would be wonderful. So they're going to go off and get him healed up a little bit, and he will come back and spar with you again. But before then, we're going to move on to Adamant. So,
Where we left off with him playing with his tiny little tools.
Yes, you were pulling out your tools, and you were going to work on something, and they all sort of looked at you, and then very quickly some hands got interposed between your tools and said, no, these are very delicate instruments. I'm sure your tools are wonderful for the equipment that you work on, but really we have very specialized tools here, and they slide a toolkit over towards you, and they open it up, and you see a bunch of different tools, and most of them appear to be sized for goblin and gnome fingers, but there are a few tools in there that are sized for elves or humans, and so roughly would be the same height. But of course, at least the way I think you've always played Adamant is Adamant has a little bit thicker and heavier fingers than most other races his size.
However, he just picks up the dainty tools between his fingers, looks at them, looks at the others, looks back at the tools and shrugs and gets to work.
Okay, so you start tinkering, and then they will pepper you with all kinds of questions, and they want to know whether you came from the same, whether you originated on the same plane as the others, whether they're trying to figure out whether you're something like the Simic Combine, which is basically an organic being that has mechanical components that have been grafted onto it during the course of its life. So they'll ask you a little bit about that.
Technically, I am considered a living being, but it is through magic and mechanics.
Oh, that's so. So in some ways, would it be proper to say that you're in some ways akin to a golem, but more like a golem that has a soul?
Indeed, that would be accurate.
Oh, that's very unique. We've not encountered that before, at least not in this laboratory. There's lots of is it leaguers that go off world and must encounter all kinds of strange and wonderful things, but we don't hear about much of that here. We mostly deal with local Ravnican technology. So you had mentioned you had been on an airship before. How was that airship constructed? Was it one that you had designed in your world?
No, the airship I was on, it was constructed by the Githyanki. And it was obtained during their attack on our city.
Oh, dear gods. The Githyanki. Oh. And they all kind of react. Clearly they know what the Githyanki are, and they're no fans of them. I say, you say the Githyanki attacked your city?
Indeed.
And we have been led to believe. No, of course you cannot always trust everything that you hear from the propagandists. But we have been led to believe that your world is not. Well, how shall we say? Is not as technologically advanced as Ravnica. Would that be fair?
We develop differently.
Okay. So, was there much destruction in the Githyanki attack?
They did a decent amount of damage, but Waterdeep is strong, and it was already rebuilding when we left.
Oh, well, that's wonderful news. That's wonderful news. Well, I find that many cultures that last are very resilient, even if they're quite strange to our eyes. I mean, you look at you look at the Golgari. I mean, they have a whole culture that is right underneath the city, and yet it feels like you're on a completely alien world if you ever are in the midst of the Golgari. Ooh,
Yes.
frightfully.
We've met the Death Speaker.
Oh, you met one of their death speakers.
Yes.
Oh,
We helped them with an issue.
Oh, so it was a friendly meeting.
Yes.
Oh, well, now I had always heard that when surface worlders find themselves in the down below with the Golgari, that they almost never survive.
You cannot always go by what you hear. They were very helpful and very friendly. In fact, they helped us when we were in quite a pickle. So naturally, we helped them in return.
Well, that's wonderful. I will have to be more. I will have to try to be less frightened if I see a Golgari. Occasionally, you'll see a group of them in the streets, and to be quite frank, I always try to find another way, so that I don't even have to be in the same block with them. They frighten me so. They look so strange.
Well, they probably think the same of you.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, I had never thought of that. And so a goblin looks over at a couple of gnomes and says, "Oh yeah, you goblins or you gnomes, you're really scary looking. Those noses of yours." And then there's a whole peal of laughter as all the goblins and gnomes start laughing at their own jokes, and then they start trading good-natured barbs back and forth about their appearance.
Just like being in a temple of God.
And Gond, I've never heard of that. What is this Gond?
He is a gnomish god. Their temples do the same kind of work you do here. As does the Temple of Moradin. Just more on a forging level and not on this level. The gnomes can be just as... Well, dwarves can be just as intelligent as gnomes. I've got them working together.
And one of the goblins looks up and says, Moradin.
Yes,
I've never heard of this. Moradin. Is that a goblin god where you come from?
No, he is the dwarven god of the forge. He created everything. He kind of taps the symbol on his chest. I am a cleric of Moradin.
Oh, dwarves. Okay, well, yeah, we don't see many dwarves here. Most of them, for some strange reason, seem to just be not very friendly towards goblins. I don't know what their problem is.
It is a shame in our plane, but it is more of an earned thing. The gnomes on our plane are not quite as enlightened. To put it in a
Don't
friendly...
you mean the goblins?
Yes, the goblins. Goblins is what I meant.
Oh. So where you come from, the goblins are kind of mean.
Yes, that is putting it one way.
Well, I mean, I suppose I could see that. I mean, the first time I saw a bunch of humans and elves, I nearly puked because they're so ugly. I mean, I guess if you lived on a, I guess if you had to, if you didn't know any better and you had to put up with a bunch of humans and elves, you probably wouldn't be upset around all of them. Because how could you stand to be around such ugly people all the time? I mean, I'm sure your friends are great and you all get along. And I don't mean any disrespect, but God, they're so gangly, and their noses are so small, and they're it's like, do they even have more than one tooth? I mean, it's like you look at a goblin, you can count all their teeth. You look at a human, and it's like it's just like a wall of white. I mean, it's like, is that just one big tooth or what?
No, it's many teeth. Just well kept, typically.
Well, I suppose they have to. It's like I would be afraid my jaw would fall off if there was all those teeth trying to push against each other all the time like that. Oh gosh. Well, so yeah, and so you keep working on the item that you are working on, and
Beholder.
What he would do is he would look at the tools again. Do you have any raw material, perchance?
Oh, well, what kind of stuff do you need? Do you need, like, when you say raw material, do you need like ore? Do you mean like scrap metal or
Scrap metal would
spare
be
parts?
fine. Spare parts, scrap metal. Things I could use to make my own tools very, very quickly.
Oh, yeah, sure. And so they go and they grab some items off of some shelves, and they bring it over. And what they bring you and what they set down is they actually set down a number of tools that look like they are cracked or broken, have some stress fractures, or the heads of the tools have been chipped or bent or warped by some use. And they say, yeah, here you go. These are mostly there. At least you can maybe make something with these.
So
Yeah.
he's going to pull out some leftover pieces of wood. He's
Okay.
going to line up his tools and their tools next to each other, stare at them for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
And then he's going to use his artisan's blessing
Okay.
to create a set of tools that match his hand size that encompass both sets of tools, pretty much.
Okay. And you notice as you start doing that as you begin this process, there's like the clank and clatter and of people working in different parts of the workshop and everything. And as you focus, you kind of dimly become aware that some of that noise gets quieter. And then after a couple more minutes, some of that noise gets even quieter. And then as you open your eyes and your focus sort of out of your peripheral vision, you can see there's probably a dozen gnomes and a half dozen goblins and a couple of humans and maybe an elf that are kind of all within maybe 30 feet of where you are, and they've all kind of stopped what they're doing and are looking, kind of wondering what it is you're doing. Clearly you're doing something, but to them it appears like you're doing a whole lot of nothing. But
So for the next hour, I have their rapt attention as the materials would seem to restructure themselves into what he's after.
And when some of that transformation is starting to take place to a point that it's clear that something like that is happening. A bunch of, a couple of the gnomes, they excitedly start talking to each other, and then there's a goblin. You see this like ledger come out, and this goblin is like jotting down stuff while you're working, and they're all just sort of looking and wondering. Oh, and they clearly see that you're deep in concentration, so they don't want to interrupt what you're doing, but they're probably going to have questions.
Yes. So that's what he's doing for the next hour, is
Okay.
making his own tools.
Okay. Well, then we will circle back around to the bar. And we will circle over to Zandri, I think.
I give. Let me up.
Okay. All right. So you let this elf pin you in the arm wrestling a couple of times, and then what do you do?
Okay, I need this arm. I'm gonna have to beg out. Feel better?
Strangely, yes, I do. And she says, I'm sorry, you said your name was Nisha?
Yeah.
Misha.
Kind of stretch her shoulders a bit.
And the elf lady says, "Oh, I'm called Erin Kiersey, and you've already met Shuja here." And she puts a hand up on the forearm of the Loxodon. We were just talking about how important it is for us women to take our power. Now, clearly, you're a person who fights for herself, and there are women that are soldiers in the Boros Legion. But to you, you're not part of the Legion, are you? Your uniform doesn't look.
Oh, gods, no.
Oh,
Thanks,
well,
Amy. No, I'm not.
Well, where what are you part of a military force here then, or?
No, not at all. I think I mentioned my boss is traveling on business. We're from an obscure little place out in the middle of nowhere. You wouldn't know it.
Oh. So, are you from our world, or are you a visitor from another place?
Shit. Oh, yo, help. Shit. Well, yes. It's called Toril. I doubt you've heard of it, but if you had, I'd be interested to hear how.
Toril, and the elf crinkles up her nose and she looks a question at the Loxodon, and the Loxodon's ears just sort of flap uncertainly, and then she shakes her head. No, we haven't. So are you? You're here to open trade negotiations with us? Is that what your boss is?
It's more of an acquisitions deal, I think, but he doesn't really involve me in the fine details, and you can imagine the Senate doesn't deign to discuss it.
Oh, yes. Well, yes, it's. I'm sorry that you came today and not yesterday. If you had come yesterday, I might be able to get you an audience with the senator. But now, I think if I see that snake again, I might just want to throw him out the first window I can find. I don't care how high how high up it is.
Well, think of it this way: he gets to explain how why the production levels in the company are going where you had been. I mean, if she's in school, I can't imagine this kid is up to taking over your job. And everything is the boss's fault, don't you know?
Well, true. The Though the bad part about it is that I had spent the last 2 years putting together a very, very productive team. I had gotten to the point where truly, while my boss relied on me to make sure everything was organized, all I had to do is delegate the responsibilities to the people around me, and they were quite capable of getting the job done. Now, as you say, this girl may not know a trade representative from a hole in the wall, so she may not even know what to tell them to do. But if she has any sense about her and can delegate, I'm not sure how bad things will get for my boss. And if he starts taking her home, he may just replace her with someone that's in the office all the time anyway, and keep her as his pet at home.
You said her father was the donor. I mean, would he tolerate that sort of thing? Who exactly is this man?
And she looks at you and gets a little wry smile and turns to the Loxodon and says, "Oh, honey, you really aren't from around here, are you?"
Is it that obvious?
Well, let's just say men like this donor of my boss, some of them, it seems that the only reason they have daughters is to see whose bed they can put them in order to gain more influence with them.
Charming. Well, you should consider emigrating to Toril. It's much more egalitarian there. Of course, it helps that anyone there knows that even a female that doesn't necessarily look weak might very well be a sorcerer or a spellcaster and could melt their face off if they wanted.
Oh, yes, there are powerful casters here in Ravnica as well. Do not underestimate anyone who identifies themselves as a law mage. They have very potent command of magic. Even the ones that seem physically weak can put very, very strong individuals indeed on their knees begging for mercy with their magics.
Noted. So, just so that I know where the snakes in the grass are, then, this gentleman who's so free with his daughter's affection, who is he?
Oh, that would be. That would be. That would be Ming. Oh, whoever's crumpling up stuff, please turn your mic off. That would be Meng Shen. Let me go to the donor senators.
Shin. All right. It should be
Yes.
easy enough to remember.
Yes. Mr. Shen is in the business of filing patents on Simic Combine technology. He has a company that works very closely with the Simics, that when they produce an especially useful and especially helpful piece of technology, he helps them get a patent on it so that they can market it to a broader group of the Ravnican populace. His
Zandri's trying to pretend she knows what a patent in marketing is.
Yes, it's he's very wealthy and very powerful, and some say that he has just as many connections with the Orzhov Syndicate as he does with the Azorius Senate. It's he is about as slimy as the snakes come when it comes right down to it.
Yeah, as she was talking about patents and marketing, Zandri threw Oyo kind of a really quick glazed help look, and then looked right back at paying attention. It sounds like it. Orzhov. I feel like I've heard that word before. She remembers the Orzhov. She's just trying to keep the conversation going.
Oh, yes, they are. The Orzhov control the banks. The banks which keep the economy of Ravnica flowing and are responsible for loaning out the money that helps small businesses become large and helps large businesses become worldwide conglomerates. Without the Orzhov, it's doubtful that the advances of Ravnican industry would be as high as they are, because it's through their arcane manipulation of financing and currency that people are allowed to invest in and profit from the industry of these companies. And then she kind of lowers her voice and she says, they are also said to traffic in a lot of illicit industries as well. But you did not hear that from me.
Hear what?
And she smiles and she says, clever woman, I think I'm beginning to like you. And she says, what did you, Misha. And so Misha, when you're not walking around in all of that very bulky armor, what do you enjoy doing? Do you have any hobbies, or do you what are the fashions like in your world?
Yeah, Zandri flashes her, both her and Shuja, a very wide grin and starts going on about music or painting and different clothing styles, and dancing as well. In my particular religion, things such as dancing are almost a holy experience, and we put quite a bit of significance on it.
Okay. Give me a insight check as you talk about your religion with them.
Not my best thing. That's a 3.
Okay. They nod politely at when you talk about your religion, and they don't press you on any details or anything.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But they
excuse me, sir. Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior? Right.
Yeah. So they
I've never heard a musical instrument quite like this piano. Do you happen to know if the lady up there gives lessons? I'd be interested to learn it.
and the Loxodon looks and says, "Oh, do you have musical talent, Misha?"
Well, I can't sing for beams, but I used to play the guitar.
Oh, a guitar. I am not sure I am familiar with that instrument.
It's a string instrument. It's played using frets and strings, and it's large. It wouldn't travel very well. Music was a big part of my family when we grew up. It was a social thing. I believe my boss plays the flute as well. He's into a lot of music and teas, meditation, that sort of thing.
Oh, meditation. He sounds like a wise person. I have always found that meditation helps me to understand better my place in the world, especially among so many strange races as we have here in Ravnica. It
Yes.
is.
Well, I hope you'll pardon me saying, but I don't believe I've ever met anyone quite like you, Miss Shuja, and it's been a wonderful experience so far, I must say.
Oh, well, you are very kind. And I have to say, I am not sure I can place you by your ears and your basic morphology. I would guess you are perhaps human or perhaps elf, but I have never seen anyone with your very unique skin color. What
Oh, get it from my
exactly is your race, if I may ask?
half elf. Get it from my father, I presume. My mother was a human.
Oh.
Now, my boss is a wood elf.
Yes. He does look like the elves that we have here, or most of the elves. We do have some of the elves that are the elves of shadow, or the Devkaren. The Devkaren are slightly darker of skin and with the same dark hair and dark eyes of your boss. But I have never seen elves with your skin or hair color before. Is that common in your world?
In certain areas, yes. But less common where I grew up.
Oh. Well then. Yes, it's when the first Loxodons came to encounter the civilizations of humans, elves, goblins, and the other folk. The histories tell us that they found us very strange too. And I'm sure my ancestors thought that all these people were very odd. I'm sure my ancestors were very concerned. How could they hear anything? Or how could they smell anything with such small noses and small ears? But clearly they appear to do okay.
Well, yeah. They're smaller, but they work, although I suspect my nose doesn't work quite so well, and I certainly can't use it to grab bar nuts.
Ah, ha, 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 ha. Well, I think, and the Loxodon sort of leans towards you, and you can kind of hear the stool creak a little bit as it does lean towards you. Leans towards you and says, "That gentleman was being quite drunk and was annoying my new friend here. And I thought that perhaps he needed to be shown that his attentions were not welcome. He seems quite the boor, would you not say?"
Oh, I really couldn't give an opinion. I mostly tuned it out while I was there. And I was a little focused on not having my elbow bent out of shape.
And the elf lady blushes a little bit at that. And then we'll move over to Oyohusa.
At this point, I think we've had a pretty good conversation. Kind of gotten what I wanted to know.
Okay.
My friend, why don't you say when we get this party started? I think we should go over there and introduce ourselves. Bring a little bit of drink, get the piano player to play something more uplifting. There's a bit of dismal here, if you know what I mean.
You think so? You think that's a good idea?
Yes, but please don't say anything rude or just try to be charming.
Oh boy.
Okay.
And Oyo will let the bartender. Bartender, do you have any champagne?
Oh, yeah. Sure I do. Do you want the heavy bubbles or the light bubbles?
I think the heavy bubbles will go over well.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And he goes and he gets the bottle of champagne, and he brings over a couple of glasses, and he says, how many glasses do you need?
Well, I think we need 5. Perhaps 6.
Okay. All right. So he gets some, and then he brings the bottle over, and he pulls the it looks like it has a metal top, but then he peels the metal, and you see it's like a very, very thin metal, almost like a papery type of metal that he pulls off, and there's like a little wire cage, and he loosens that up, and he pulls that off, and then he says, you want me to uncork it, or do you want to uncork it?
I'll take care of it. Thank you.
Oh,
And,
all right.
Oyo will look at his companion, give him the kind of let's go, and Oyo will slide from the bar, and he'll move over to the piano player.
Okay, she's up on like a little raised platform up there. So you walk over your. Are you just walking over there yourself? You leaving the champagne, or are you bringing the champagne?
I'm bringing all of it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And so as she sees you coming, the melody that she's playing, it suddenly takes on a little bit more dramatic and kind of a romantic type of melody and tone, and she gives you like a little sly smile as you begin to come over towards her, and it's like there's also something a little playful about this melody, whereas it seems kind of romantic, but there's also a little hint of almost like humor in the way she's playing it. So you head up to her.
Good evening. I noticed your exquisite playing this evening.
Oh, well, thank you. Yes, I don't think they would have me back if I couldn't tickle the ivories to their satisfaction. They're very demanding here.
Are they? Well, I just wanted to compliment you on your lovely playing and bring you a glass of champagne. And he'll just pop the cork right there. Just like, bah.
Okay. And it pops up a little bit, and then you pour a glass, and she just sort of nods. There's a little coaster on the top of the piano, and she sort of nods to that, where you should set the glass there. And she says, "Why, thank you, good sir." Says, "My name is Lady Vesca. They call me the Ivory Whisperer. Well, what is your name?"
Oh, please excuse my manners. My name is Baron von Nunya from Toril. The pleasure is all mine. And he kind of slightly bows, smiles at her.
And so when you give a title of Baron, then there's suddenly something very regal in the way that she's playing. It's almost like there's some kind of a you almost can hear like a fanfare that a noble is coming, and that everybody should get to attention. And she gives you a little smile as she does that, and she says, "Oh, well, My lord, I am very pleased to meet you. If I weren't already sitting down, I would curtsy. And, then there's like a little, there's something very playful that she plays in that. Clearly, she's enjoying this conversation, and there's a little element almost like she's teasing a little bit with the way she's playing, but she's keeping it friendly in that respect. And she says, "Well, do you have?" She says, "You mentioned Toril. I'm not sure I've ever heard of that district. Are you familiar with the old standards? Is there anything you would like me to play in particular for you?"
Play something upbeat and joyful, maybe romantic, and I will make it worth your while. And he'll slip her 10 gold pieces into, I imagine she has a jar or something.
Yeah. There's a tip jar, and she says, "Oh, very generous, my lord. Well, of course." And so even as she's speaking, the pace begins to pick up a little bit, and it's kind of a jaunty tune that is very upbeat, but it also just there's like a rhythm that's kind of a romantic rhythm that goes along with it. So it's got this little upbeat, joyful thing going on over here, but then there's also sort of this romantic and kind of sweet counter melody that is being played along with it. And it feels almost exactly like what you were hoping for.
Well, wish me luck. I have 2 icebergs I have to crash, you know what I'm saying? And he'll walk over to the table where the ladies are sitting. Good evening, ladies. Misha, I see that you're having a good time.
Yes, sir.
Who are your friends? And he'll
This
kind of
is-
look at the elf and the Loxodon.
This is Shuja and Aaron Kiersey. Shuja, Aaron. This is my boss, Baron von Nunya.
And the Loxodon looks to you, Oyohusa, and nods and says, "Very pleased to meet you, Baron."
Oyo will slowly reach out his hand and try to take hers. And if she'll allow him, maybe she'll kiss his hand, or he'll kiss her hand. The pleasure is all mine.
And she sees you extend a hand. She offers hers, and then you do that, and her ears kind of flap a little bit oddly, and her trunk sort of goes up over here, and Zandri, it's almost like you could see her trunk almost like do a little question mark. She says, "Oh, is this a custom in your world?"
It's meant to be a gentlemanly courtesy.
"Oh, well, that is very interesting, Baron. I am very pleased to meet you."
And Oyo will reach over and try to do the same thing with the elf lady.
And the elf is sitting there with a very sort of closed posture.
Oh boy.
She's not interested in offering her hand. She just sort of gives you a little bit of a curt nod and says, Baron, pleased to meet you.
Zandri will lean over and just kind of whisper, not whisper, but with a very, very low voice that won't carry too well. It really is an act that he puts on for the guys.
And
I have brought champagne, ladies. I figured the two lovebirds in the corner, they're so mixed up in themselves, they won't socialize. So I thought maybe perhaps we could all sit together and perhaps have a good time. And then he'll start pouring champagne.
Well, I need to stay sharp, boss.
No, Misha, please. You've been working so hard. I am proud of you, and I salute you. And he'll hand her a glass of champagne.
Okay.
Well,
All
thank you.
right. And as you are pouring, your friend Trigori, he notices a seat is open next to Aaron Kiersey, and he kind of maneuvers his way over there, and he sits down, and he turns to her, and he takes a breath, and he says, I've been wanting to tell you all night what beautiful eyes you have.
Oh, excuse me. This is my newly met friend. What I forgot his name.
Trigori.
Trigori.
His name is Dead Meat.
And
Zandri leans around him. He's right, Absolutely stunning.
And Aaron Kiersey, she reaches out and she picks up her champagne glass, and she raises it about halfway to her mouth, and then just sort of without warning, she just slams the glass as hard as she can right into Trigori's face, and the glass shatters. And his a couple of pieces of glass just sort of leave cuts in his cheeks.
Whoa!
And he raises his hand to his face. He cries out, "Ah!" And he tips back and falls on the floor, and he hits his head on the floor.
Could I try to catch him?
Yeah, sure. Make a dexterity. I'm not worried about your strength. Yeah, I'm not worried about your strength. Make an acrobatics
5.
just to see if. Yeah. Okay. You reach out. You miss him because you've got a glass in one hand, and you're like, "What do I do with this?" And you're trying to reach out to grab him, and you like grab the edge of his collar, but it just slips out of your fingers, and he bangs his head on the floor, and he quits yelling, and he just sort of lolls to the side.
Oh, okay.
And with that, the elf lady, she just pushes her chair back, and she stands up, and she looks at Zandri, and she says, "You're right. That felt good." And she just turns around and she walks out of the.
Can I lay on hands this poor sucker?
Well, that didn't go the way I thought it would.
And oh yeah, sure, you can lay on hands. He's like a commoner. He's taken like 2 hit points of damage.
Can I like heal his face and pull the glass out?
Yeah, sure. You can pull the glass out.
Spend the 2 points. Ouch.
And then Oyohusa, you hear from the pianist. You hear this. She plays almost like this sad trombone type. And then the Loxodon. What was her name?
I solicited a bit more violence than necessary.
The Loxodon, Shuja, she looks down at the man that's on the floor and says, "I hope he's not hurt too badly, but I kind of think he deserved that."
You need to improve your game, sir.
Why did he deserve such a thing? He complimented the lovely lady. I do not understand. Back home, Misha, this would not go over well at all.
And
yeah, sure.
Shuja reaches her trunk over and sort of she uses it kind of like a mother would use her hand to sort of pat Oyohusa's shoulder and says, she says, "Erin had a very bad day. The last thing she needed was someone treating her like she was yet another object, like all the other men in her life."
What do you mean? He said that she had beautiful eyes. I don't understand. That's quite a compliment.
And Aaron's ear, or I'm sorry, Shuja's ears, they flap a little bit, and she kind of cuts her eyes towards Zandri and says, "Well, perhaps in your world, meditation is different than it is in ours."
Zandri just face palms.
Do you condone such behavior? I don't understand. What a shame.
And
I told him that she probably needed someone to be nice to her. I bring him over here, and this is what she does. I have had it with this bar. Misha, come. We are leaving.
Sir, can I get the ladies piano? Right, sir. Right, yes, sir. Yeah. Shujay, it was really nice to meet you. Does Tregery, does the guy who got turned down look okay? Is he back on his feet or is he still unconscious?
He, health-wise, he is recovered. He's kind of spluttering and looking, and then as you all have basically you healed him, then you started talking, and then the next time you guys look back, he has sort of crawled his way out of the chair, has gone over and has put he's put a couple of platinum coins
Huh?
and some small rectangular pieces of paper with intricate designs on them on the bar. And you can see like there's champagne all down the front of his shirt and everything.
Oh.
And he says, "Yeah, Lanos, maybe you're right. I think I had too much. I hope this will cover everything." And the bartender looks at him and says, "You're okay?" And Trigori says, I'll be fine." And Lana says, "Come back tomorrow. We'll talk about it." And he says, Okay. And then he just sort of goes out of the bar without talking to anybody else.
That's
Yeah.
rough, buddy. Right.
I think she likes you. Don't give up. If she's passionate enough to do that, she's passionate enough to say yes.
Boss, I don't know about that.
Come,
And
Misha, we go. And Oyo will
Right.
pay the bartender.
okay. And Shuja looks at while Oyo is talking to the man as he's leaving the bar, Shuja will look at Zandri and she will say, "Does your companion have an odd sense of humor, or is the Baron trying to get that man killed?"
You never know with him, she says with complete sincerity. I'll have to catch you another time, Shuja. It was lovely meeting you. And she'll get up and follow Oyo outside the bar.
And it was lovely to speak with you as well, Misha. And then she turns back, and as you all walk out of the bar, you see the Loxodon and the bartender looking at each other. They both kind of shake their heads a little bit, like that was odd.
Andre throws the pianist one longing glance and follows Oyo out of the bar. And then she remembers, hey, isn't there a giant bug out here that we should squish?
Funny you should mention that. We will come to that next time we get back to you. Okay. Heading back to... Let's go back to Galibar. Okay. So... All right. Thank you for the message, Chris. You have another bout coming up with this gentleman, and you're going to be using your greatsword this time. So we'll go ahead and we will clear the turns and let you go ahead and roll initiative again. So he will get... Okay, that's not horrible, but it's not quite fast enough. All right. So, once again, Galibar, you are up.
I will rush forward and go for one of his arms.
Okay.
Gotta be kidding me. Well, that's one. Okay.
Wow. Okay. So, he deftly sidesteps those hits, and then he will make his attack rolls. Okay, first one will be
That hits.
okay, and then the second one. Oh,
That
two
hits.
hits. Okay, so then first one will be 12 points of damage, and the second one will be 14 points of damage. And he says, "Oh, yes, this is I may have seen with your footwork some of the way that you fight. I believe that I'm beginning to get an idea of where you're going to strike. You might want to be a little bit conscious of that because you telegraph your swings a bit," he says. And it's not in any way kind of taunting. It's more like a coach would talk to a player in giving them an idea of something that they could, with their technique. So you're up again.
I'm going to reckless attack this time.
Okay. Okay, that will hit. And that will miss. So now, am I correct that then he gets advantage on his attacks against you? Okay. So he will make, it's going to look like 4 swings, but it's just, 2 attacks with advantage. So that's, the first attack is going to miss. And the second attack will hit.
So that's 3 out of death save from him.
Yeah. Not 9 before any. Oh yeah, that's 3 attack. Yeah, 3 attacks from him. So then he will back away, and he will say, "Oh," he says, "that you are quite the strong warrior, Galibar, and I noticed in our sparring this morning that you are extremely resilient in the attack, but it is, by the way we are taught, it does seem a little bit like you leave yourself open sometimes in the battle for an attack. Now, when you hit very hard as you do with that great axe, you can quickly eliminate foes from the field. And perhaps that is your main strategy, is to remove your opponents as quickly as you can from the field. And if so, then I would just caution you to make sure that you are aware of how resilient your foes are before employing that tactic, because if they are able to survive that onslaught, it might be then easier for them to damage you in return.
Yeah, I'm a little rusty with that weapon.
Yes, well.
Shall we go for a round?
Oh, well, I am definitely going to need a rest, but there's probably somebody else that could step up and fight if you wanted to test your. And so he says, would anybody like to have a go with Galibar? And there's actually a number of people that are all the recruits are looking at you. And they're kind of looking at the challenger, and they're like, okay, yeah, no. And then after a bit, one of the instructors will say, well, if none of the recruits are interested, I will give our friend Galibar a little sport. And
if I remember correctly, these guys have 3 attacks, right?
yeah, the instructors have
So they
3
can get me
attacks.
in one round. I can't afford to go reckless.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, let's go ahead and I'll clear the
I'll sheath
initiative.
the great sword and bring out the great axe again.
Okay. Sounds good. And this guy will.
Okay, I am. Guess it's about time I rolled really low.
Okay, so 15. All right. Add turn. 15. Then descending order. Okay. So then he will step up.
By the way, is magic allowed in these or no?
Oh,
Like, is it just
yeah. They basically they have from what you guys were witnessing this morning, they have quasi magical abilities, but the abilities they were using are more in terms of kind of battlefield tactics when they get a group of them together, where they seem to basically feed off of each other in terms of there's some sort of mystic thing that happens when a number of them are on the field at the same time. You haven't seen any of them use magic one-on-one, but that doesn't mean that you would be prevented from doing so. They don't. They haven't said that you can't. So.
I just remembered I have a spell that could help.
Yeah. Okay, so he will step forward, and he will go ahead, and he will make his attack.
Shield.
Okay, so shield. And does that get... Okay.
And 2 hits.
Okay. All right. So, then there's 13 for the first hit and 9 for the other hit. Okay, and so yes, he seems slightly more lightly armored. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on a second. That was... I gave you the wrong damage. He's not using a great sword. He's got a long sword and a shield. His AC is a little bit different, but he's just got a long sword and a shield. So
he rolled really well.
Yeah. So instead of 13 and 9, it's 7 and 10. So 17 instead of 21. So give yourself 4 points of healing back. All right. Now you are up.
Okay. Okay. There's 24
Oh yeah, that's a hit.
and 19.
Both hits. So -6, and then -11. Okay, yeah, and both of those hits rock him. He, he tries to get a shield up, but your axe comes in below his shield one time, and then he sort of tries to swing the shield into the path of your second blow, but he misses completely, and you slice him across the chest, and he's oh. You sort of hear him gasp with the pain of that blow, but then he quickly recovers, and he comes back launching yet another series of attacks.
Dang it.
Oh, okay. And so then that's just going to be 7.
Yeah, he is very good at hitting things.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like...
Not much for damage, but...
No. It's like, but a thousand little cuts, you know. He says, "Well fought, Galibar. You're quite the as a challenger says, you're quite the formidable and powerful opponent.
You are
while
much
you are
faster than I expected."
Well, I'm wondering, while you're here in Ravnica, perhaps we will have an opportunity. We might be able to find something that could help you be a bit more nimble on the field of battle without sacrificing any of the power that you get in your blows. You must, when you have some free time, you must come back and see what we may be able to do for you in that regard.
Okay.
All right. And then we will swing over to Adamant.
Yes, sir.
So, Adamant, you have finished your ritual, and as soon as it's clear that you're done and the tools are all transformed, there's like this immediate crush of goblins and gnomes. Oh my gosh, that was so cool. How'd you do that? How does that work? Can you teach me how to do that?
You would have to become a cleric, such as I am.
Oh, cleric. Oh, so you're saying that your power for doing that comes actually from the deity that you worship?
Yes. He is the Forge Master to end all Forge Masters.
Oh, that's... Oh, goodness. Okay. Oh, and that's kind of strange. Okay, but well, now tell me a little bit about this deity. One of them says
He would go off on the spiel about Moradin, telling them how he forged the world, he forged the beings that lived upon it, the mountains and everything like that. And
they all listen with sort of rapt attention, and they and then one of the goblins is very thoughtful while you go through that, and when you finish, this goblin finally says, "Wow, wish we could get him in our workshop. That'd be amazing what he could do. Just think about if we could work with that guy." And the gnomes are all like, "Oh yeah, hey, that'd be so incredible. I mean, we could forge," and they start rattling off like 14 syllable words, that all, you have no idea what the hell they're talking about. It seems like they are talking a completely different language, where all you can hear is some of the syllables. Like, they talk about the multiphasic tritanium reactor.
Those all sound very expensive.
Well, I mean, yeah, you put them all together, they are very expensive, but it depends what materials you make them out of. The best materials are actually some pretty cheap alloys, iron and cobalt, and some titanium that you can get and put them together. But we find that a lot of the things that use the precious metals, they just they're kind of too soft to stand up to rugged repeated use.
Well, there are metals in our world that would stand up to it, but you wouldn't be able to forge it the way I just made these tools. There is a... you could say it's a monetary limit on how much the materials could cost.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
And it takes an hour each time, and there's clerics that can do it twice a day, sometimes 3, but no more.
Okay, so you can do some very delicate and elaborate work, but you're limited by the number of times you can do it in a day.
And the cost, yes.
And the cost. Oh, very curious. Yeah, well, that's kind of, in a way, we're, each one of us is limited by how much work we can do. But that's why we've built whole blocks of this part of the city that are nothing but workshops, because then with all of us working on stuff, we can do a lot.
Yes.
And if once we find a project we all want to work on, we divide up the different components and we can build it all rather quickly.
Yes, that's how the temples work where I am from. They work together.
Yeah, it's always better to work together on experiments.
Yes. As one of my companions would say, teamwork makes the dream work.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Oh, that's kind of catchy. And the goblin, one of the goblins says, "Well, yeah, of course, you got to be careful who you put in charge of your teams, though." And he says, "You remember?" Oh, come on, where is it? Uh, you remember that that project that Sunix was in charge of last year over in the crater ward, and then a few of the gnomes and some of the other goblins, they they kind of stop mid laughter and they nod. Oh yeah, that was such a shame.
What happened?
And the goblin looks at you and says, well, Sunix Daz's, he was one of the up and coming scientists. He had just come into his own lab and had been assigned a team of workers, and they were asked to investigate some properties of different substances for the Boros Legion, who were looking for ways to breach the walls of enemy fortresses. And so Sunix had the idea about using a volatile liquid that has a tendency to explode on contact with air, and to work that in with a kind of an inert clay substance. And he was thinking that if you could infuse that liquid into the clay, that you could keep it stable until you were actually ready for it to go off. But the problem with Syzyx is he was a little bit, or the problem with Sunix is that he was a little bit absent-minded, and so he got a tray full of vials of the substance, and he was going to move it over to his workbench, and he forgot to make sure that the lid was fastened securely on the tray. So when he picked it up, as he turned away from the table, the entire tray of vials all fell on the floor, and well, that's why they call it the Crater District now. It's because it left a crater in where his laboratory used to be.
Well then.
Yeah, so you got to be careful about who's in charge of the projects.
Yes. I would agree.
Or you might be remembered for your own Crater District. And then some of the goblins and a few of the gnomes, they start to laugh because they realize he's just made a joke. So they...
A story I shall take back to the Temple of God, indeed.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, do you really want to teach the Gondites about clay and volatile substances?
No, but the lesson remains the same. Caution is important.
All right. Well, I think what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead there and take our break.
All right.
I have 8 after the hour. Let's go ahead and come back at 15 after the hour.
Sounds good.
And we will go on with the next thing that I have planned here for the evening.
Right.
All
See
right.
you 15 after.
All righty. All right. Are we back?
I'm here.
I'm here.
Okay. Gaunty? Chris?
Sorry, back. Yep.
Okay. All right.
I'm here.
Okay. Wonderful. All right. Well,
Distracted. Cat
no,
was
that's-
too cute. Needed a cuddle.
very,
Very
That's-
important.
very important.
She didn't have a squeaky toy, did she?
Pete, I will end you.
Okay. So, all right. So we will turn back to the bar. Okay, and as we had mentioned the last time, when you all went into the bar, that was somewhere over in this area of the district over here. It's beyond the office buildings and outside the main government centers, and in an area where it seems kind of like an entertainment neighborhood within the district. And when you all had gone in, indeed, you had seen a man-sized insect-like creature that was on the roof of the building across the street and sort of was looking at the bar that
Is
you
it
all
still
were
there?
in. As you get to the doorway and look out, you look at that same building over there, and you do not see that creature there.
Shit. Perception check. Can we spot it?
Okay. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Okay. Yes. Zandri, you look down the block, and about halfway down the block, actually on the same side of the street as the bar is, you can see the head of one of these creatures. It appears to be on the roof of the building, and it's sort of turned, and you look at it, and even though it has these multifaceted eyes, you get the sense that it's looking straight at you.
Boss. Oyo. Oyo.
Yes. What is it?
There.
I know, I see it.
What are we gonna do?
I don't know. Act normal. We tried to dodge it once. We could not.
Are you sure I can't squish it?
It does not attack us. We do not need to provoke it.
All right, fine. I want to keep my eyes on it as we move along. Like, not obviously, but like I want to know where it is.
Okay.
I can't sneak off again.
I'm curious. Let's see how this plays out. We did well in the bar. We got some good information.
Certainly a lot to think about. All right, I'm guessing that the bridge we came up to get back, how are we gonna get around to that bridge?
What is this we stuff? And
Very
Oyo
funny.
flies off and leaves her. No,
Is Oyo in fact going to use his boots?
No.
And oh, okay, all right, okay,
Sorry,
All
my
right.
mic was up. Yeah, I was kidding.
okay, all right.
I literally believed you.
Okay, so are you guys gonna start walking back like you're going back to the quarters?
Yeah, like we entered the building here, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so we got to find our way back there.
All right. So essentially, then, you're looking at like going more or less down this way, and then sort of off this way.
Across that
And
gaping
then-
chasm that I have no idea what it is.
Yeah. Okay. You see that that it's actually down the block. You can see that there's a thoroughfare, a wide walkway, and it looks like in the middle of this walkway there's almost like a railing in the middle of the walkway. And as you come towards the edge of that street, you can see that actually it's two streets that sit raised up above a canal of some kind. And as you look up and down the street, you'll notice that every so often there's like a little footbridge that goes across that canal. And so that chasm, if you will, that goes through this sector of the city appears to be a canal of some kind. And now there's no mellifluous odor coming from it, so it seems like it must be, at least in some way, fresh water. But you have no idea whether it's connected to the waterfalls that are up on top of the high buildings that are at the top of New Prov or not. But you get over there, and as you do, you'll notice that across the canal, on the top of a building, you see this large flying creature that you have seen before just lands and is kind of looking at you.
It's mocking me. I really want to kill it.
We are trying to be inconspicuous. Do not draw attention unnecessarily to us.
I think we already have its attention.
Okay. Zandri, as you look up at this creature, you're talking to Oyohusa. As this happens, you get jostled a bit. Something hits your elbow.
Okay, now I am from Waterdeep, and I always suspect pickpockets. So can I like immediately check my money pouch?
Okay, before you do that, Oyohusa, you see a hooded figure about the same height as you and Zandri, but probably a little more, a little slighter, in other words, a little more slender even than Oyohusa is. Zandri's very muscular and has a very athletic build. I picture Oyohusa being kind of willowy, kind of the classic willowy martial arts type of physique. This figure that has a hood on appears to be probably even a little bit more slender than that. And you see out of the corner of your eye, it grabs for Zandri's coin purse, and then it's almost like it notices that you have seen it, so it jostles Zandri on the elbow, but lets go of her coin purse and does not take it, and hurries off down the street.
What was that? It's still there. All right, maybe someone just bumped me. Out of character, I'm going on the assumption Zandri just felt the bump. She didn't see any of that.
You can make me a see, what do we want to call that? You can make me a perception check, I guess, to notice whether. Okay, yeah, you felt a tug on your coin purse, but you realize it's still there, and you see that figure walking away.
Mm.
And as you look up, it's clear that Oyohusa has noticed that too.
Do we feel like punishing a pickpocket tonight? Glaring after him?
Did it look like to Oyo that the figure's intent was really to try to snatch her purse, or was it more of a... I mean, do I hint any kind of anything else? Yeah.
Give me an insight check. That's pretty good. 18 is pretty good. You feel like this person was, whether they succeeded or not in taking her coin purse, was probably more interested in having at least one of you notice and perhaps give chase. Or at least follow.
I think it's a ruse, Zandri. I think this figure wants us to follow it. The only question is, do we go together? Or should I check it out?
Well, I'm not going to let you go running into what might be a trap by yourself. Especially not with that bug thing following us.
Fair enough. Try to keep up.
And Oyo will go after the figure.
Yeah, Zandri will go after Oyo.
Okay. Okay. Oyo, question for you. I'm not going to question your perception, but in your attempt to follow, when you when you see that this figure changes direction, are you going to be more concerned about trying to avoid letting it know you're following? Or are you going to try to make it obvious to Zandri which way you're going?
I'll make it obvious to Zandri.
Okay. All right. So it goes about half a block. The figure goes about half a block and ducks into an alley.
This is so clearly a trap.
And so presumably Oyohusa goes up closer to the alley, but I will let you all tell me whether you guys follow the figure into the alley or not.
When I peek around the corner, is the figure still there, or does it stop? Does it keep? Do they keep going?
As you look down the alley, you see about maybe 25 feet down the alleyway. You see a door on the right-hand side that leads into the ground floor of a building is closing. And you do not see the figure ahead of you.
What's up? Did you catch it?
It's quite possible that they went into that structure or into that building.
It looks like our faded figure has gone into this doorway. And I'm not sure if you want to go or not. What do you say?
Well, why stop now? Really quick though. I'm wondering if there's a way we can leave a mark that we were here.
I'm sure it will be fine. When we catch up to where we need to go, I think you should hold back. But not too far, but out of sight.
All right, well, let's go in after it then. I've got your back.
And we do.
Okay. Let me go to where? Oh, shoot. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go back over here to this map. And this map. And I'm going to grab the Oyo token and the Zandri token. And I am going to put them over here on this map. Paste. All right. And then I will move the focus. I'll move the focus over here. And I will tell you all what we see here. I'm going to get rid of that because we don't need that at the moment. Okay. You are, I guess actually what would be more appropriate is Oyohusa is at the edge of the alley, looking down the alley this way. About right here is the door that has closed. The alley otherwise seems to be clear, and it looks like it's let me open I'm going to make my view a little bit smaller here. The alley looks like it's approximately 75 feet from one end to the other. There's another street. There's several doors on each side, and the buildings here are built towards, you know how sometimes in big cities where it seems like the back wall or two buildings on opposite blocks will share like a back wall. There's no space in between them. That's kind of the way the blocks of the buildings are built here. Down the alley on either side, you see some piles of refuse or like containers where somebody might put garbage in or something. And there's like a little pile of building materials over on one side that's sort of leaned up against one of the buildings. And then there's doors at irregular intervals on both sides of the alley.
So we're going into the one that's here?
Well, it's more like 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, it's more like here.
Okay. If I'm hanging back, I'll follow you.
Okay, so and you guys can both put yourself at full health, and I'm going to get rid of that bloodied thing on Oyo because he's not bloodied. So, or I should just go ahead and do that. And then, be sure. Yep, okay. Excellent. So, Oyo, what do you want to do?
I'll cautiously make my way into the alley, keeping my eyes open for any kind of possible traps or just what.
Okay.
And I'll make my way to the door. Is it locked?
Okay. You put your hand on the door. It does not seem to be locked. You
Motion at Zandri that I'm going in.
Okay.
She nods, gives you a nod.
Okay. So, all right. As that happens, a little further down the alley, you see on the one side, you see a figure stand up from beyond one of the containers of refuse.
Oh yeah.
And then on the opposite side, beyond a little pile of what looks like some building materials, you see another figure stand up. The first figure here appears to be wearing might be leather armor. It's a little bit further away. Clearly has some either long daggers or short swords on their hip. And it looks like there's at least 3 on one hip and at least 2 on the other hip. The figure on the opposite side of the alley is wearing robes of some kind and has a couple of rings on, but otherwise does not appear to be wearing any armor. And there's not any weapons that you can see. And then just at the edge of the roof over here, you see kind of the head and eyes of one of these flying
Fucking
creatures
bugs.
that just sort of is there and appears to be looking down into the alley, unconcerned.
Oyo?
Yes, I see it.
Yeah, she was just calling to try to stop you from going into the building.
And this person steps out and says, Baron, and smiles, says, or should I say, Oyohusa, and Misha, or should I say Zandri? Welcome to Ravnica. And Zandri, as you walk up, you hear a noise behind you. And as you hear this noise behind you, you turn, you look over your shoulder, and you see from the walls on either side of the alleyway, you see what looks like
Yeah. What the fuck?
you see what looks like a bunch of skeletons just sort of ooze out of the walls and come across and form a barrier that goes from the ground up to the height of the buildings, which is here the buildings are probably about 20 feet tall. So, and unfortunately, because of the way tokens in D&D work, this is not exact because it's a flat wall that probably is 1 or 2 feet thick, but then it is 15 feet tall, but it's a large creature, so or a huge creature, I should say. So to have it be a token, it's represented by a 15 by 15 token, but it's really more like 20 feet tall and 2 feet thick instead of 15 feet wide. And
shit. Zandri is grabbing the sending stone.
and
Relax. Hold on.
and the
Hold on.
and this person steps forward, and this person comes out and steps forward, and the let's see, the oh goodness, where am I?
What are you talking about? It's a literal wall of skeletons. They've got us cornered. We need to send something. Just tell them where they are.
Okay. The person walks forward, and as they do, pulls the hood of their cloak down, and you can see it is a woman. She appears to be something like a half elf. She's slim with dark hair and dark eyes. She seems somehow ageless. It would be impossible to peg an age on her any more precise than somewhere between 50 and 150 as a half elf. her eyes and mouth are touched with a smile, and there's a thoughtfulness and depth to her words. She says, "Now we can talk privately. I am Isolde Suzat, but a humble agent of House Demir. Forgive our unorthodox welcome, but our first plan to bring you before us was disrupted somehow." And as she gets a little bit closer to you all, Zandri, give me a perception check.
Okay.
As she gets a bit closer.
19?
Oh, 19's pretty good. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay. When she gets within 20 feet of both of you, Zandri, you notice with that 19, and Oyo notices with his passive. As she talks and as she smiles, you can tell that her canine teeth are slightly elongated, and they appear to be a little on the sharp side.
Shit. Shit. That's a vampire. Shit.
And she takes a wineskin from her hip, and she brings it to her lips, and she drinks a little bit. And when she does, you can see a very bright red sort of substance, and she just sort of licks that off of her lower lip, and then she gives you both a smile. And she says, "Now, please allow me to share the story of House Demir with you. Only from us can you learn the truth about our noble purpose and the essential role we play in the life of Ravnica."
Yes, I'm very curious to know this. Do not pretend that you have caught me off guard.
Oh, we have observed your uncanny ability to know when you are being watched. And your friends, some of them are also very observant. They can be very observant, as Zandri has proven today. Now, as for House Demir, we are an old house, and we were established a long, long time ago as messengers and reporters between the other guilds of Ravnica. Most of us today are autonomous, or at least semi-autonomous. And our existence is doubted by most of the people across Ravnica. In fact, you have probably been told that House Demir either does not exist at all or has not existed for some time. Is this correct?
This is true.
Clearly wrong.
As you can tell, secrecy is both our best weapon and our best defense. And much of my personal work is hidden even from other members of our house. The Dimir leave no trace of our covert activities. We even are able to warp the memories of witnesses to our meetings. And, when required, we can wipe our own minds to remove any evidence of our completed assignments that might prove inconvenient to know later. Our first guildmaster was Zadek, a human who found a secret path to immortality. And she flashes a smile that again shows her very pronounced canines. Zadek's organization agreed to serve as Ravnica's couriers, information brokers, and librarians. But Zadek also used his guild's expertise at gathering information to build a vast network of operatives who excel at acquiring and learning secrets. Before long, the secret operations of our house vastly outweighed our more overt ones. Eventually, we Dimir disappeared into the shadows, and most Ravnicans have come to doubt our existence, which is just the way we like it. And as an immortal entity, Zadek ruled our guild for some 10,000 years until he was arrested and slain in the turmoil of the decimillennial celebration. That is a brief history of our guild.
You hoard secrets to what end?
Mostly to our own benefit and to the benefit of our friends. But times being what they are, there are strange happenings afoot that I fear may threaten the safety of our entire civilization. I do not know many of the secrets that have been acquired by others of our guild. I only know those that I myself have been told. But those few are troubling.
Zandri kind of glances over at Oyohusa and back over at Isolde. Did you say her name was?
Yeah, let me go ahead and put that in the Discord. Okay, there we go.
What is it you want from us?
Well, if the intelligence that our operatives were able to send us from your world are correct, some of you, especially Oyohusa here, are very adept at acquiring and learning secrets. If you could gather secrets for us, then I, and perhaps others, if my superiors feel it prudent could share secrets with you that may help you.
Are you asking us to join House Demir?
And she gives a smile, and you hear a laugh, and you realize the laugh is coming from this other person in the robes here. And he says, join House Demir. How could you join an organization that doesn't exist? I myself am a law mage of the Azoria Senate. And my loyalties are also aligned with Isolde.
Does that guy have his face clearly visible, or is it held behind a hood?
Oh, no, he doesn't have a hood. He looks human. He looks maybe somewhere in his 30s.
Try to remember that face. If he says he's a law mage.
And Isolde says, no, we would never ask you to join us. And when she says join us, she makes another pronounced smile, showing her canines. She says,
Zandri is bristling so much every time he does that.
she says, people come to us of their own free will. We would much prefer to have you simply be friends of ours within whatever organization does recruit you to join them.
You want us to be informants.
Oh, please. And she reaches a hand up and touches the human next to her in a way that seems genuinely affectionate. And she says, informants are for the Azoria Senate and the Boros Legion. We do not require informants. We only ask for friends that are willing to share vital information for their best interest and ours with us. All we want to do is protect our civilization from those outside who would harm it. Insight?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
16.
16. Wow. This lady, she's extremely good. If she's hiding something, you can't tell it. She seems honest, but to call her sincere, that would be a stretch. and yet you can't detect any deception.
Mm.
It's kind of infuriating. It's like I think she's telling the truth. I'm not sure I completely trust her, but she's not giving me any reason not to trust her. There's
Well,
nothing obvious.
The giant wall of skeletons behind us is a little bit off-putting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you notice that those haven't moved. She says, Oyohusa, I found it charming earlier. When you decided to try to evade the eyes that we have, and she raises her hand
Dogs were spies.
and points to the creature, said, they are blessed by the mark of their creation with the ability to track unfailingly. As long as they are on the same plane as you are, if yours is the name that they have been given to track, they will always know exactly where you are and exactly how far away you are. But unless you give them a reason, they will not harm you.
I figured this much. Well, I do not half-ass join organizations, so I will have to think about it.
Very well. This alley, today, it is a place where we meet. But do not count on it being always a place where we may meet. Let me give you, or let my associate give you a sign. And the person in robes says, I'm casting no offensive spells, merely something akin to your prestidigitation that you may be aware of from the magic of your world. And he begins to make some motions in the air, and as he does a whoops,
Yeah, I sent you a message in Discord, but
okay.
go ahead and finish.
Okay, here, and I'm going to put this in the Discord as well. Whoops. He makes a little symbol in the air. Oh, come on. Why are you doing that? I don't like this. Okay. Then let me go here and here. And here. I thought you were not going to give me this. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. I was actually farther ahead than I thought. There we go. Okay, so he does a little spell, and in the air, you see hanging what looks like a locket. And the locket has like 3 little curved blades coming out of it, and it's got a symbol set into it that looks almost like a stylized spider. And your contact here, this woman Isolde, she says, look for someone to find you, perhaps in the market, perhaps in the chambers of another guild, or perhaps on the street. It could even be a server at a dining establishment. But look for someone with this locket. They will make it obvious to your eyes. Talk to that person, and they will tell you where we may meet next. I will give you a couple of days to consider. The only thing I ask, for your own safety, do not betray us to the other guilds. You know that we know where you are. We are watching all of you. And we can find each of you alone if we need to make sure that none of our secrets get out.
I am not surprised, but I will look forward to the meeting with this so-called contact.
Good.
Zandri had been glaring after that not-so-veiled threat, but she kind of throws Oyo half a sideways glance at that point.
And
Kind of with an edge of incredulity, but she doesn't say anything.
And then you guys notice that on the roof above, the head kind of moves away, and Isolde gives you a smile, and she walks over to what looks like a bin of some kind, like what we would think of in modern terms as a garbage bin, but what looks like a big barrel to you all. And she looks down on the ground as if she's dropped something, and she leans down behind that barrel. And then the house mage turns and just appears to walk straight into the wall and disappears. And then after a moment, you don't see Isolde, and then you hear a slight grinding noise at each end of the alley, and those that wall of bones just sort of seems to melt back into the wall on either side of the alley, and the two of you find yourselves alone in the alley again.
Kind of as that's happening, Oyo kind of not whisper, but just kind of somberly speak out loud. Until we meet again, Zoldara Suzat. I look forward to it. And Oyo just has this contemplating look on his face. Like he's mind is racing and he's just going over everything that's happened. Considering his
Okay.
That sideways look gets a little bit more incredulous, and Zandri gives him a moment. And then she just says, "We need to get back."
This is true. Come, let's go.
Yeah.
All right. So you all, without any further interruptions or delays or obstacles, you all make your way back to New Prov, and you head into the you go into the building, and I guess I should ask, how are each of you planning to get in? Because I know last time Zandri said something about possibly disguising herself, and Oyo obviously has his flying boots, but
I've got no spell slots left, so Xandri's just gonna walk in like it's perfectly normal.
Okay.
Zandri, perhaps we should put on a bit of a show, no?
What kind of show?
We snuck out, we had a good time, we came back, how do you say, a little bit intoxicated.
I was gonna just tell anyone who asked that I fell out the window and I was really grumpy about it.
You've heard 20 stories?
I can levitate. I caught myself, but now I'm grumpy that I have to walk all the way back up. It's plausible enough.
Does Oyo think that story would fly?
Well, you've seen her be able to levitate, and whether Oyo would want to or not, obviously he can demonstrate his ability to fly. So, she fell out, you got worried, then you went after her, and now you two are coming back together. That story, at least that has some consistency to it. How believable it is, it's up to them.
Well, perhaps if that's what you wish to go with, I shall
I think we better
go back up to my... indeed. Well, enjoy your climb back. And
very funny, Mr. Fancy Boots.
And he'll click his heels and whoosh, he's off.
Okay.
Stupid.
All right.
Stupid monk flipping air.
So you find your way to the into the building. You find your way to the little teleportation room. Give me a
history check, because I'm trying to remember it. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll say, give me a history check because you're trying to remember what button they pushed. Oh, yeah. The first one, you get it first try. You go up, you realize, okay, yeah, I remember being at this plaza area here, and you go out and you start walking towards the entry of the building, and you see a guard that looks like one of the ambassadorial guards. There's like a livery that the ambassador guards have. It's sort of a detail where they are, the look they're going for is, we are clearly able to defend ourselves and protect our charges, but we don't want to look intimidating or look like we're jailers to the ambassadors that we're protecting. So it's kind of a look to their ensemble that's a little bit different than the typical, soldiering, going off to war type guard.
Right.
And, so he is there at the front of that building, and you start walking up, and he's like, "Oh my goodness, Lady Zandri, what happened to your escort?"
I fell out the window.
What?
No, it's okay. I
What?
can levitate. I just can't levitate back up.
Oh,
So,
what is it? Is there something we need to bring you? Is there a problem with your room or a problem with your window?
no. More like a problem with balance. Thinking of Oyo when she says that.
Oh, I see. And then he kind of looks up and he looks, "Oh, well, but you're unhurt."
Oh, yeah, of course. It would take more than that to kill me.
Oh, very well. And so then he kind of performs one of his other services, which he goes and holds the door like a doorman for you.
Well, thank you.
And you walk in, and he says, "It's the 24th floor when you get to the elevator."
24. Right. I'll try to remember that.
Okay, and you go and you see that when you walk into the elevator, you see that the elevator bank is all labeled in, each gem is labeled in common, and yeah, you see one called 24.
Yep, that's.
Okay, you push that, and whoop, up you go, and you're there. Okay, and with everyone successfully back, I think everyone is back to the.
Chris just went AFK.
Okay, well, I mean. Oh, okay. Well, what else was Adamant going to do before heading back to the.
Well, after he did Q&A, he'd be kind of ready to go back, and.
Okay.
I will, so I'll have to return at another time. It's getting late, and my companions are probably waiting for me.
Oh, yeah. Feel free to drop by anytime you want.
Puts the tools away.
Okay. They all seem excited that you were here. And you head back, and you have no misadventures on your way back to the quarters there.
That's because I have a guard with me.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
And the night passes uneventfully, and we get to the next day, and it's morning time. And Oyohusa I guess Oyohusa, if he's going back, they would never know he left. But when Zandri comes in, none of the serving staff make any comment. They just see that Zandri is unhurt. And these are clearly, once again, as we kind of indicated before, they're the kinds of servants that are there to do a job and not to be necessarily noticed. And so if you decided somehow you left without telling anybody and now you're back, well, that's your business and not theirs. So they
boy.
yeah, so
we're skipping to the next morning then?
I was thinking of it unless anybody wanted to kind of have a group huddle before y'all head to bed.
I kind of wanted to spend some time with Aurora if I could before bed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
But if anybody else has anything they want to do first, go for it.
Well, let me go around the room. I think, like you said, I think that Chris may have stepped away for a moment, but let's start with Adamant. Anything you want to do in the evening?
No. He would just kind of come in and say, I spent the day with excitable gnomes again. And goblins.
Zandri's kind of flopped on a couch halfway backward with one arm over her face. Oh, and did you get any new attachments?
No, but I have ideas.
I feel like I should do something about this, but I have no energy.
It's something called rocketry.
That sounds fascinating. What is it?
If I want a rocketry, I'll go to the park.
No. You see, he goes into the basic description of nozzles and explosives and.
Adamant, do you have my sending stone? Zandri trying to cut him off before she has a head explosion.
No, I do not.
Do you know which of the other guys picked it up?
Well, if I don't have it and you don't have it, and Oyo doesn't have it, that leaves Thardram and Galibar. And Thardram wouldn't even take an item that was his. So.
Gally. Zandri
Just
just
sending
kind of.
You're casting sending.
No, she's just like hollering to see if he's in the apartment.
Would I have been able to get back yet?
Yeah, sure. You would have had time unless you wanted to go anywhere on your way back.
No, not really.
Okay. Yeah.
I guess he'll come out and.
Gally, did you happen to pick up the sending stone?
Well, yeah.
Okay, great. Hang on to that for a while then. I don't necessarily need it back, but if we split up, we might rearrange ownership.
Okay.
Basically, Zandri, I might be able to figure out a way to fly.
Zandri, roll me a Constitution check.
Constitution check?
Yeah.
21?
Okay. All right.
What am I saving against?
Well, I was just going to say, like, if you had a really low check, then the response that Adamant was going to get after finishing up that whole long explanation was just going to be a very light snore from Xander. She had fallen asleep while he was talking about all of this stuff, and then she's just like.
She might actually do that. She's got a lot on her mind right now.
And the hilarious part is he would actually get animated about it, kind of like the gnomes.
That's wonderful, Adamant. I'm so happy you're going to be playing with explosions. I feel like that's absolutely safe, and nothing could go wrong with that.
Down, I'm very careful.
Yes, of course. Like, there's a way to be careful with explosions.
It's all very scientific. And of course, I'm not going to do it alone. And I have cautionary tales to work with. So how was your evening?
Oh, it was so dull. Can't you tell I'm falling asleep?
I kind of think that was because I bored you to death, but...
It was interesting. Kind of side-eyes Oyo. She's not exactly sure how much she should say here.
It was a very dull evening. We had tea, we talked.
Yeah, we did a lot of talk. I fell out the window.
Oh,
Okay, so
Oil can pull
Adamant-
it off.
Adamant just doesn't even react to that when she says
He just
that
kind
she
of
fell
looks
out.
between them, and I'm... he's definitely rolling that on Zandri there.
A 10. She's tired. She's tired. I don't think a 10 will get you much else.
Well, trying to deceive him. Fell out the window.
Yeah.
Have you seen Thardram or Galibar?
Well, Galibar's standing right there.
Oh.
Thardram I have not seen. Galibar's right there, Oyo.
I guess
Are you-
didn't
are
Thardram
you-
say he came back, or
Yeah, Thardram had come back, and so we'll just presume that he went to his room and maybe he's reading.
He's undoing the bow tie. He left earlier looking very snappy. Although it was strange to see him out of his armor.
oh, where was he headed?
I didn't ask. I was a bit just distracted.
Adamant just stares at her.
What? What? I was getting to know some of our door guards. One of them's really cute.
What are you flirting again, Zandri?
You say that like it's a bad thing?
I mean, as long as it's getting us information, I won't complain.
You're just bitter because I've never flirted with you.
I do not understand the joy
Dream on.
that you get. Adamant shakes his head, sits down in a small chair.
That's okay, Adamant. Maybe you'll pick it up one day.
Doubtful.
We could talk to the Gondites about something.
No. There's
She's
certain aspects.
barely able to hold her laughter in.
There are certain aspects of myself that will not be
I'm
adjusted.
sure they would be thrilled to assist.
Oh.
No.
Oh God, the poor DM.
Somewhere, Zandri, in your mind's eye, somewhere you get the impression that there's like a misty vision as of Lady Sune Firehair, as you have come to think of her. And she is standing in front of a gnome that may be a gnome deity. And he is holding up something to her with a big expectant smile on his face. And as she looks down at it, it kind of looks like part corkscrew, part beanie propeller, part... And you clearly get the sense that this is the Gondite's idea of something that would really turn them on. And Lady Firehair just kind of closes her eyes and shakes her head a little bit, and she just sort of hands it back and nods. So
Zandri chokes on air and kind of curls up and covers her head with her hands and just tries to muffle the laughter.
yeah, it's
Been a long day.
Yeah. Yeah. In other words, you kind of get the idea. If you left that up to the Gondites, Adamant literally would not know what to do with what they gave him, and neither would anyone else.
No. Even Adam is like, no.
She's just laughing uncontrollably, kind of curled up on the couch.
I don't think we need to do that.
All right. So, anything else for other than Oyohusa talking to Aurora?
No. I got nothing.
Okay. So Oyohusa, you are in your room. You tell me about what you do in your preparations to talk to your new item here.
Well, I take it out of my bag of holding and... Aurora, are you there?
Oh. Well, am I here? I appear to be in this locale. I don't think I'm anywhere else, so yeah, I guess I'm here. God, you must have got hit harder than I thought.
Don't make me throw you in the bathtub.
Okay. So, how you feeling, big guy?
It was a busy night. I learned a lot of things that interest me, and I was contacted by House Demir.
Oh, House Demir. That's the ones that everybody says doesn't exist, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, but they do. And they like secrets, right?
Yes. Apparently they have taken a liking to me.
Well, you like secrets, don't you?
I do.
Well then, let's see if you're ready to learn another secret. And go ahead and make me a, what have we been doing? Intelligence check, I think. Yeah. Do an intelligence check. And this time, do it with advantage because you've tried this several times before.
I've been thinking about what you have told me, and I think that this time might be different. My approach will be not the same. Here goes nothing. And Oyo will try to meditate, but at the same time, he'll try to keep his mind open. And he'll try to focus on Aurora.
Okay.
Just straight in, right? Not a saving throw. It's
Let's just let me just Oyo. Yeah, an intelligence saving throw. Yeah. Go ahead and so you focus and you concentrate and you reach out with your mind and you get this initially you get this response from Aurora. And it's almost like it's starting to sigh with disappointment, and then it's like, oh, what's this? Oh, yeah, I think you can learn. Yeah, congratulations, Oyohusa. You're about to take your first step to a path of true knowledge. You want to know a little bit more about me? Well, I'll tell you 2 things tonight. 2 things you can ponder on until we talk next. First, I was made by a dragon. But it wasn't just any dragon. It was a dragon that was born in a clutch of 3. This dragon had a brother. I should say, has a brother. And this dragon has a sister. Do you want to know what their names are?
No, I'm not that worried about it. Yes, of course I want to know.
All right, smart guy. The dragon who created me is named Saridor. His brother is a dragon you might have heard about. Bahamut. His sister.
I know this name.
Yes, many in your realm do. And many of your realm may also know his sister's name. Tiamat.
Well, with the bad comes the good, I guess, as they always say.
Yes. Yes. So think upon. Okay, somebody's got really horrible static.
It's
I don't
Chris's
know.
mic.
Okay, Chris, you may need to. Yeah, come.
Sorry to call you out like that, guy, but that was
Yeah.
pretty bad.
Okay. Yeah, it could be something about your connection. You may want to just completely mute yourself on. Well, maybe you are muted. You are muted on. Okay. If it keeps doing it, I will. Right. Okay. As we said, and it tells you the name of its creator, creator's brother, creator's sister, and then says, think about what that might mean for the next time we talk. But for now, good night. I think you've had a really busy day. You need to think upon everything that's happened and what you've learned.
Yes, indeed I do, but it's very interesting. Saridor, you say?
Yes.
One brother is the epitome of good, and one sister is the epitome of evil. What does that make him? I know the two domains of the brother and the other sister, but I don't know much about Saridor.
Ah. And that's usually just the way he likes it. Until he finds someone that interests him. Like you.
Are you saying that he's very secretive?
Could be.
All right. Enough of your riddles. I will talk to you later. I have had a long day. I must rest.
Very well. And then you kind of get this sensation that Aurora is very pleased that you've finally been able to unlock one of its secrets.
Indeed. Finally.
Comet has a brother.
And I guess Oyo will have a nice nightcap of relaxing tea herbs and you'll kind of settle down for the evening.
Okay. And Oyohusa, before you put Aurora away, you notice something else. As you have pulled out and looked at this artifact each time, you've noticed that sort of in the center of it, there's kind of a bit of a serpentine type pattern, swirly serpentine type pattern. And then in the edges, there are some what looks like weaves. And then between the weaves, there are 6 wedges, like wedge-shaped designs. And at the tips of those wedges, which are pointed toward the center, there's a little gem. And those gems are all kind of an amber color. At least they all have been an amber color up until now. But now you see that the one of those gems is, instead of being an amber color, it is the color of a pure and clear ruby.
And where is this at?
If you pull up your image in your journal,
Yep.
Okay. You know those 6 wedges that are kind of around the edge?
Yeah.
Okay. And how they come to a point kind of pointing towards the middle?
Mm-hmm.
One of those little gems at that point, instead of being kind of an amber color, has become a deep red, like a ruby. The rest of them are still kind of amber colored.
Now, out of character, this kind of reminds me of some kind of like Celtic key circle stone or something. It's weird. It's very interesting. Nice. Okay.
Yeah. So that, other than that, it seems exactly the same.
Cool. All right. What a day.
Yes. Okay. Well, night passes. Everyone has a deep and restful sleep. And then the following morning, there is breakfast, and during breakfast, a member of, or actually not a member, a Chandler Duran comes to your apartments where you all are staying. And he says, "Oh, well, my friends, it seems that I have been given a great honor indeed. I have been asked to be your guide today to introduce you to representatives of some of the guilds that are here in New Prov. There's no rush, but we do have appointments with several of the guilds today. We have appointments have been made for all of you to meet with the Azorius Senate, with the Boros Legion, and with the and with the Golgari.
Zandri kind of looks up from picking at her breakfast, and not really that busy a day, is it? Kind of halfway to him.
And he says, "Oh, we want to allow you and the guilds to have plenty of time to get to know each other. All of the guilds are very interested in learning at least a little bit of something about Toril. And they all have their own questions. And even with the guild pact that we have, they do not always trust one another. And so each one of them would probably like to have their questions answered directly by one or more of you. And so you may hear a lot of the same questions.
Maybe they have good reason to trust each other.
Yeah, it is. It is true that trust these days is sometimes hard to come by. And he kind of seems thoughtful about something.
Insight check. What's
Okay.
what's he thoughtful about?
Okay, go ahead. Ooh, 20. Yeah,
Sam's suspicious.
he's considering whether there's something that he should tell you or not. And he seems to be leaning towards holding his tongue. Unless maybe he can be persuaded.
Chandler,
Yes.
is there something on your mind?
Oh, I'm sure it's nothing.
No.
Probably just my own thoughts.
We've
Well-
traveled with you long enough to know.
Talking about trust.
Please share. This breakfast is boring.
Yeah, it's really turning my stomach. She'll just kind of lean back in her chair.
Okay. Someone whoever thinks they may have the best, give me a persuasion check.
I'll do it.
I've got a +4.
I've got a +10.
Go for it.
Schindler, come on. We traveled with you a long way, and you know that we're outside of politics here. You can talk to us about things. We don't have any ulterior motives.
And he looks at you and he hesitates just for a moment and then he nods. And he says, you've heard of the pact between the guilds, yes?
Mm-hmm. Of course. I think by this point all of us have. All of
Indeed.
them signed it, and it's acting like a peace treaty.
Yes. Except now it's very strange. It's a treaty that's actually embodied in a single person. It's a living guild pact in the form of a powerful wizard who is a visitor to our world. Not entirely unlike yourselves, but with a power that might even eclipse that of your black staff. But this guild pact is unreliable. He vanishes for weeks or even months at a time. And my guild, the Boros Legion, has been put into a heightened state of vigilance. Our leadership is uncertain, and because of that uncertainty, they're always on constant alert for military threats. They work very hard to maintain their fortifications to ensure that we're not overrun by the Gruul marauders. They build new strongholds near the Gruul territories. But with the Boros, they have limited creativity. So they prepare for a military threat the same way they always have, by trying to ensure that we are the ones who have the more powerful army. It's this escalation just it's unsettling to me.
Do you
Understand.
feel that something will become of it? What does your intuition and knowledge tell you?
Well, my mind goes back to something that I learned early in a military history class. It was one of my most beloved professors. And she was a philosopher as well as a historian. And she said that from the time the first human ancestor of ours picked up a rock and hurled it at a beast to drive it away or to slay it. Since that time, people have never engaged in the construction of a weapon unless they also inevitably use that weapon. So, with all the research we have into new and more powerful weapons, sometimes I shudder to think what will happen if they develop a weapon that is too powerful to be used. Will anyone have the wisdom to avoid using it?
That seems like a legitimate concern to me.
Indeed.
I do not know, my friends.
Well, it is wise to remain vigilant.
What did this wizard Jace do to convince you to make him the living guild pact?
And he looks at you and he kind of his eyebrow kind of rises and says, "Where did you hear that name, Jace?"
Out of character. Out of character. That's an oops on Zandri's part that was
Oh,
completely
boy.
unintentional. So I
Great.
don't want to do anything with it.
Adamant looks over at her like,
Zandri
What?
is flushing purple.
We might have or might not have heard the name at a bar and passing conversation.
And he looks at Oyo. Oyo, roll me, if you will, you're not going to be doing a deception because you're not really trying to deceive him.
obfuscated.
Yeah, it's like you're just trying to. What is it? Well, okay.
It would be a
Unfortunately,
bluff check in Pathfinder, I'd say.
yeah. Well, which I guess. But you see, deception doesn't work because you really are kind of telling the truth, but you want to just.
What about performance, maybe?
Yeah, performance could work. Yeah.
Couldn't
Just
think
roll
of
me a
anything else.
performance. Yeah.
Unless I'm trying to intimidate him in some way.
I don't. It didn't sound like you were, but
Okay, so performance?
yeah.
Oh, this can't go wrong at all. Here we go.
Oh boy. Sorry guys, that's completely in character for her. It wasn't on. Oh god.
That's okay. Does Oyo feel like it is desperately important that I succeed on this? On my him not quite figuring out what he needs to figure out?
I mean, it's Chandler. He wouldn't be a tattletale on us to the Legion, would he?
And Chandler says,
Well, he said it kind of nonchalant, a little not sarcastic, facetiously. So
yeah.
maybe the 8 works in that. Maybe the 8 works in that phase.
He looks at you, Oyo, and he looks at Zandri, and then he looks back at Oyo, and he says, "Interesting." And that's where we'll leave our session for today.
It's,
Oh shit! With a little slip of the tongue, unfortunately.
with our 2 of our most charismatic people sticking foots in mouths.
Hey, Zandri's charismatic. That doesn't mean she's a good liar or that she's good at keeping lies straight.
In hindsight, I probably should have put charisma in a higher stat.
Yeah, Galibar's charismatic than Oyo is.
What's that, Chris?
Galibar is more charismatic than Oyo is.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sitting on a 13, but
I'm sitting on a 15.
yeah.
Oh, look at you guys. You're so cute with your little stats, says the Zandri with an 18.
Should a woman never say to a guy? Just kidding.
Look. Charisma doesn't quite fit on a forge
A
player,
robot.
okay?
Yeah.
yeah.
I had a choice: Constitution or charisma.
I can be healthy, or people can like me.
I was like, I could have a intelligent